Hello. Hi, Pinky. Hi, Dab. Hello. I hope you're doing good. I am doing well. Okay-ish. Because I had the silliest nightmare this morning. And when I say silly, and I mean very silly, um, although it scared the shit out of me, but now that I think about it, it's kind of stupid. um, all right, let me explain. I don't know if you guys know about Tails doll. Remember anyone remember Tails doll? The creepypasta character, I think. Also, why am I lagging so much? There's something working on the background. Do I remember? Okay, right. So basically, just Tails doll situation, but it happens on me. But then towards the end, yeah, decent racer. that too. But it's more in the creepy aspect of like, the Tails doll. It's kind of stupid. Towards the end, I thought I was safe, because I was already at school. I was still like a kid. I was still like a kid in the dream, and I went to school, and then teacher said something along the line of like, I have a package for you, it's addressed for you, and then I went out there and took it, and then I was like, oh shit, it's the doll, and then yeah, very common for nightmare, right? I look at the doll, and then I very involuntarily address my teacher as Tony. And then once I addressed the teacher, like I didn't even know, it was like second nature. It's like, but Tony, this isn't my. And then suddenly I look back, and then it's the fucking doll. And then the doll chases me down, and I just jumped. My heart pounded. I woke up in the most painful way possible. It was fucking scary. It was so fucking scary, but now that I think about it, it's so fucking funny. But this is my but Tony, this is my. And then I look back, it's the fucking Tails doll. Dreams can be stupid sometimes. Oh, hi, Essie. Yeah. Huggies too. Also, Selamat Hari Gawai, everyone. This is the first day of Malay New Year, which we call Selamat Hari Gawai. Gawai, Gaya Guru Gerai Nyamai, right? Something like that. So yeah, it's a big day for Malay. Doesn't you know how when you try to run your dreams it doesn't work? Yeah, that's the thing. I look back at the doll and then I start to run away, but I couldn't run away. And then when I felt something touch my shoulder, I just jumped up. And the bitch was so scary, dude. Oh my god. It's so scary. Oh. Swam? You want me to swam on the ground? You want me to swam on the ground? I mean, maybe that could work, I don't know. It's a dream. Sky's the limit. Hi, Turquoise. Welcome, Ru. How you doing? I was just sharing my dreams a little bit because it was silly. Although I had two dreams last night. One is the terrible dream. Another one is a sweet dream, I would say. It's also doesn't really make sense at all as well. Another one is that I dream of myself actually gone through the procedure of transitioning from male to female biologically, without without going through surgeries. I think, since I have no idea how that goes. But in my dream, I just sort of a cue montage, and then suddenly everything changes and shit like that. So cue montage, and then I suddenly went from male to female, like as in transition succeeded without much issue. So during the montage, here's the thing: my mom is actually very supportive of me, which is like will never happen in real life. I can say that for sure. So is my dad. It's always my dad is very supportive, to a point where I kind of don't want to wake up from that dream because I didn't know how much I crave, or how much I wanted that kind of transition, you know. But I don't know how I feel about that. It's a dream that I adore, but it's a dream that I feel can be hard to achieve. Not exactly impossible, but it's a dream, alright, yeah. Yeah, it's a dream. Acceptance? I don't think my mom and dad would accept me transition from male to female. I don't think they like that. I've had sleep paralysis happen before, and that's a scary thing. Oh shit, yeah. I heard, luckily enough, I never went through sleep paralysis. Also, thank you, Pinky. I never went through sleep paralysis myself, but I heard that they are fucking scary. Scary how? I don't know, but they are fucking scary. But yeah, it's not fun going through sleep paralysis, safe to say. Also, I blame myself. Another, you know, let's jump from a topic to the other because I feel like today my ADHD is a little bit strong. I don't know. Do I have ADHD? I don't know. Never got never got to diagnose shit like that. But I blame myself for playing Doom Eternal last night. Look at what I'm doing right now. I want to play Doom Eternal. I want to. I crave Doom Eternal. So last night I played a little bit. Funny thing, right? Played for a little bit, and oh boy, do I love it. I never really paid attention much to the music because I was so focused on trying to shoot the demons in the game. But now I'm gonna have a good time with Doom Eternal. And at the same time, I was actually thinking about doing Gunfire Reborn and or Doom Eternal today. But in the end, I still chose to do Doom Eternal. For whatever reason. I think the reason being that I want to play Doom Eternal, and Gunfire Reborn, well, I can play on Saturday. Gunfire Eternal. Oh, there will be such a cool crossover. But, that's why I'm doing Doom Eternal today. And Saturday is most likely Gunfire Reborn. Oh, Gunfire Reborn because the new DLC dropped. So that's why I was thinking about doing it. Skip Reborn, go straight to Eternal. Who needs to Reborn when you are Eternal? Oh my god, there's so many music here. Let me choose this one. I have no idea what the musics are like. It was like the images when you look at them on Google. Your body is halfway between asleep and awake, and I remember the shadow flying across. Oh my god. That will give me anxiety attacks. That would definitely like last night I already had anxiety attacks. I couldn't breathe well. My heart's pounding, and my brain cannot think straight, and I need to just keep fidgeting around my clothes to feel to calm myself down. But yeah, sleep paralysis seems a little bit more extreme than that. Holy shit. Very weird state during that. Very frightening. Between asleep and awake. Yeah, holy shit. I don't think I can relate to that. I must be very lucky to not have gone through that before, but man, that must be tough and rough and scary. Fuck. Oh, one last thing I forgot to say. Since it's kind of a Harigawai, and for the past 2 days has been the most busy I've been in years. So this is what it feels like to work 2 jobs, huh? Kinda scary. Only for 2 days, and I already feel like I'm breaking down. Well, not breaking down mentally, but breaking down physically, because boy oh boy was I exhausted. It's insane. So, since today is Gawai, tomorrow my sister did invite me to play some games with her because she finally has some time off. I figure I might take a day off tomorrow, just tomorrow. I know it's a very weird one, right? It's a very weird one, but I think I'll take I'll take a break tomorrow just to spend time with family for a little bit. You know, like the big holiday thing. So I'll stream today, and tomorrow I'll take a break for a day, and then Saturday I'll come back playing some Gunfire Reborn. I was wandering a desert, don't know how long, but I remember seeing the corpse of a giant scorpion, not gigantic, but like 3 feet long. 3 feet. Sounds long. I then looked to my left and saw the ruins of a city and started walking towards them. Then the dream ended. Thing is, I felt even the clothes I wore had weight, and I also was carrying some sort of plasma pistol. Hey yo, plasma pistol? I wish 2 jobs. So one is my usual grocery store job, and then you know what's so fucking funny? I have to keep going back to my to my family shop from time to time. So it's like the stupidest thing ever that I have to do. I have to go back to the shop occasionally when I'm working, by the way. Go back to the shop occasionally because my mom and dad is not here. They're cooking, they're on a vacation, stuff like that. So, boy oh boy, there's only one worker over at my family shop, and I have to go back occasionally to lend a hand, if you will. I know, this sounds so fucking stupid. Even I cannot believe it when I'm the words that has been uttered out of my mouth doesn't make sense at all in any way possible. It doesn't make sense, but I did it because I've been told to. and then I have to go back and lend a hand, and then eventually when the work is over, I have to finish up on my grocery store job, and then I have to go to the fucking go to my fucking family shop and then close down, not close down, but finish up over there as well. You know, just like closing down the shop for the day, counting the nets and the gross and stuff like that, managing the spare parts over there as well, and it's just stupid. It's very tiring. I don't understand why I'm doing that and why I did that, but I did. At least I didn't open for, you know, they didn't open from today to next Monday. So count my blessings. Effectively 3 jobs when it counts streaming. I honestly don't count streaming as a job. It's a thing that I love to do. A hobby?
Hello and welcome.
Shrimpy the Dutchie, hi. Appreciate the follow. How you doing? Something's wrong with my PC. My PC is like very laggy. Oh no. Oh no. What's going on? Oh shit, there's like 10,000 people playing Gunfire Reborn right now.
Your super shotgun is nearby.
My super shotgun is nearby.
The priests have kept it hidden from you in this remote location.
That's not music. Oh, that is music. Oh, hi Brian. Doom? I'm playing Doom today because I played it last night a little bit. And I want to try it today. Although I cannot be 2D, I cannot be 3D when I play Doom Eternal because I'm pretty sure my PC will explode. So I'm not doing that. I will revert to 2D though, with the new PNG that Barnaby did for me. God, that's so good. And we jumped into Doom Eternal because I decided to play Doom Eternal last night. I think that's the whole reason to it. There's no other reason than me played Doom Eternal last night and I fucking loved it. Good luck, friend. Oh shit. Is it hard? I mean, I played a little bit and I felt good. You will not face the graphics going crazy like friend had during stream. I had everything on the lowest possible. Hopefully that works. Basically, considering from where Doom 2016 left off in terms of difficulty. So Doom Eternal is by far the hardest one currently. Is what I'm trying to say. Oh, hang on, let me choose this. Tendency to hate OBS for some. Oh shit. Okay. I'll see how it goes. If when push comes to shove, when everything just went ape shit and everything just goes batshit insane, a backup plan will be that I play Gunfire Reborn. You know. Okay, let me disable some redeems because I'll be reverting myself to 2D. I think I'll put the pet me still. All the throwings will be disabled. Moisturize will still be here. Oh yeah, do it fast before I before I disables them. The beginning of Eternal is as hard as like the mid-end point of Doom 2016. Oh shit! Which is super faithful because Doom 2 literally continues from the end of Doom 1 in exactly the same way. Oh shit. Oh, I'm ready to die a bunch then, I guess. I got this. You can trust this Kobo. This Kobo got this. Oh, this one doesn't work. I love Doom, and I never beat Eternal. Oh no. Oh no. I'm ready. Me with benchmarking performance off of a singular type of enemy. Singular type of enemy? To be fair, I tried to play on console, and this game sucks with controller. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. And my PCs won't play for some reason. Oh no. I hope my PC can handle this. That's all I ask. And my PC is already struggling for whatever reason. Let me check the thing real quick. What is hogging everything? Why is Opera using... What the fuck? Why is Opera using 50% of my CPU? Opera, you fuck, I'm closing you down. Asshole. Whoa. Wow. Smooth. Okay, I'm gonna close everything. Yeah, Opera is limiters, but I'm not using Opera. When I play games, I tend to close as much as possible. Kind of GPU mismatch or some shit. It's just not compatible with the new ID engine. Okay. I become like that. I will no longer be 3D. That's why I disable a bunch of redeems. I think it's some let me see. Google is using not as much, to be honest. If I open up captions, because I haven't opened up captions. Okay, this is when I open up the captions. Didn't add as much. Why is Opera still here? Oh yeah. Okay. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Oh shoot. This might work. I think this might work. Yeah, bottom reach 8. I love it. Look at the trends. Sucks. Oh yeah, also happy Pride Month. This sucks. Oh, wait, why is my chat box not updating? Refresh. This sucks. I know, right? I fucking love this. God, thanks, Barnaby. Holy shit, this is so good. Wolfenstein 2 would probably cause also the same problems for Thermal Friend as Eternal. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Look, they changed the banner art for Gunfire Raban. I love. Oh yeah, did I say Happy Pride Month? I did, right? It's June. It is now June, and it's now currently Pride Month. It's the first time I like consciously acknowledge Pride Month because I myself am trans. So happy Pride Month, everyone. Let's try out Doom Eternal. Let's hope my PC can handle this. picked up System Shock, so I'll be playing that while you do. If something goes wrong, let me try to lower down the resolution as well. Because now the resolution is at 1080p, I think. Stream so 11 days ago, so yeah, Brian streams sometimes. Wonderful Borable. Although I did play a little bit last night, but I'm gonna start a fresh save. Yeah? I'm gonna start a fresh save for this. Look at that. So here's my settings. I have everything on shit. I didn't change the resolution. I don't know how it's gonna be when I change the resolution. Vertical sync is on. And then... oh my god. Leon, are you playing Gunfire Reborn? I wanted to play Gunfire Reborn today, but I'm more enticed by Doom Eternal. Yes, you are. Nice. Did you throw bricks? I'm gonna throw bricks. I'll do it on Saturday. Character are cool. I want to play the bird. So I have resolution scale on the lowest possible. On static. Yeah. Sharpening, I'll keep it at 33% by default, I think. Chromatic aberration. Nah, maybe not. Totally maining the owl. The owl just looks way cooler than the red panda. Red panda is just cute. I think red panda is like a puppet character as well. I don't know. So yeah, everything is on low. Everything looks like shit. So if things goes wrong, I can always try to lower down the resolution to 720p. But for now, let's just no. Did I not apply anything? There. Okay. All good. Did they add anything new to Gunfire Reborn? Like, I mean, other than weapons and characters, any new boss or some shit? So here, this is why I played last night. I'm gonna delete this. Bye-bye. Yes, and let's start a new game. Like manual. Become an unstoppable demon slaying machine of pure destruction. You will need to master the use of your full arsenal. Each step has something to teach you about Doom Eternal's combat loop. Every new enemy type encourages you to use more of your kit. When in doubt, consult the codex for more information on weapons, demon weaknesses, and upgrades. And good luck, and remember, above all else, never stop moving. Never stop moving, huh? I'll try. So, difficulty-wise... I'm just gonna do Hurt Me Plenty. I don't think I'm fit for ultra violence. I think my skill level is closer to being I'm too young to die. But I want some challenge. Let's do Hurt Me Plenty. If you ever need a classic Doom bunny, hit me up for some co-op. Sometimes I'm down to clown on boomer shooters. Oh wait, there's co-op in Doom 2? Oh, maybe, yeah. The original control scheme of System Shock was akin to controlling an airplane. What the fuck? Oh god. Okay, let's do Hurt Me Plenty. Doom and Doom 2 both have co-op. Oh, okay. I cannot wait to listen to the music. Doom 2016 and Eternal don't, except for some side modes. Ah, okay. Oh my god, that was so fucking loud. I jumped.
All the wickedness that mankind can produce,
Ow.
we will send unto them. Only you.
Yeah, I vaguely remember this part is fucking loud.
until it is done.
It's so cool though. Rip and tear until it is done. I think I gotta lower down the voice a little bit. Sorry nanti dulu. Master volume at 70%, how about that? Or 69 there. No, after watching this cutscene, demon invasion, right? Doom is pretty much just a demon invasion.
We must pray now. Pray that he is watching.
Please, anyone, if you can hear me, if you're
I want drink.
Attempting to acquire the Hell Priest signal.
Doom Guy's floating Justice League watchtower is totally unexplained.
60% of our planet has been consumed by the invaders.
He just obtained it at some point between Doom 2016 and Eternal. Huh. Yeah, this is cool as fuck, by the way.
Locked in. The target is marked, but the signal will not hold for long.
What is he that they fear? Not man, or his armies.
I was fucking hyped for this shit. The music was like, Damn. Woohoo! It's such a jam, holy shit. Although my ears are bleeding, it's worth. As long as the ground doesn't flicker like mad, you're good to stream. Okay. So at first I'm presented with this. Oh yeah, everything feels good. Everything feels pretty good.
I have located the priest signal and will mark it on your HUD.
I'm ready to be judged. I'm so not good with this. I'm gonna try my best. Oh yeah, the glory kill, right? Yeah, the glory kills. I was like, I'm all for this shit. I'm all for this. So when they're flashing, I can glory kill them. Bong. Bong. Oh yeah, there's chainsaw as well. Yeah. There's like a little tutorial after this. I fucking love this. One pupil chainsaw fuel automatically recharges over time. Gas canister pickup can also refill the chainsaw. Okay. Oh no, what's the point of chainsaw again? I mean, other than feels good. All these things, I don't want the... Are these bullets? So chainsaw is like when I'm out of bullets, I have to use chainsaw then? Chainsaw gives you a shit ton of ammo? Okay, so it is for ammo. I got it. Also, there's this thing that I can never get. And I press E, I can punch for whatever reason. I love punching. Punching is good. Oh wait, I came from here. Did I? It's a cycle. Use gun, run out, use chainsaw, use gun again. Okay. I'll try to keep them in mind. Punchables. Oh yeah, this double jump. So good. How do I... I never know how to get that question mark, which is like around here. Anything I can punch? Doom is dancing the game, but not like Just Dance or something. More metal. I'm all for it. I think I put it as 50% now. It's safe to say the game is on a little bit of a louder side. This feels very new. I don't see this in Doom 2. This must be my mouse. Very new thing. I heckin' love Sticky Bomb. Weapon mods. I'm not gonna read this because I already ran it last night. I'll get to a point where I was last night. It was like when I got the second mod for shotgun, I think. Which is not too far, to be honest. I was like a little bit exhausted as well last night. Hey, no. God, I fucking love this. Hi, Brecky. Oh yeah, also they fight each other here. It's kind of interesting how they don't pay attention to me until I engage. Are they killing them though? I don't even feel they are strong enough. Look at that. This guy feels nothing. Did I get hit? Okay, I'm just gonna go in. Sticky jumps? I don't know what sticky jump is. Alright, going in. You die first. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Everything is so fast. Oh my god. Okay, low ammo, 前手. God, why are you so fast? Why am I so fast? How do you run and aim at the same time? Insane. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, good gods. Oh, double? Let's go. Am I gonna get TOS by Twitch like this? I'm pretty sure. Not. Oh, low ammo. Ooh. Okay, if I see low ammo, just chainsaw. Already pretty fluid killing. Melee gives you health. Oh, the glory kill, right? Okay, that's good to know. So melee for health, chainsaw for ammo. Gun for kill. Pretty much everything for kill. Did I miss the question mark? I think I did, right? Crap. Must be something to get this door open, question mark? I don't know. Oh, is this the door to the demon priest? Alright, everything's fine. I'm just gonna progress.
Have one on the house then.
Have fun on the
Question
house.
mark.
Question mark? Wow, I got a free question mark. Also, my god. I don't know what these are. I gotta read all of them. Atop mighty thralls, the Hell Priest oversaw the invasion of the mortal world. The thrall, slave titans of the underworld, and carried the priest temples into the wake of battle, providing the priest with visual of Hell's advance from a strategically impervious emplacement. From the temple perch, the priest would emanate a powerful psionic influence, imposing greater coordination among the chaotic forces of Hell and increasing their battle effectiveness. The thrall, possessing superior resilience, proved indestructible by conventional weapons, thwarting all attempts by ARC? Don't know what that is. Defensive forces. Only by severing the priest's psychokinetic tether could the titan be neutralized. An act that could only be accomplished by an infiltration of the temple itself. Like what I'm doing right now? Eternal is so much lore. Lore? PNG mode is very cute. Yeah, Barnaby did this. Very, very adorbs. Me like it. Hi. I saw this last night. Good censorship. Everything looks good. I'm surprised. Like, the game is running smooth as butter. Damn. Never skip leg day. These are the Titans, I think? I was looking at this last time because I holy shit, can I shoot it? God damn, it's so big. Hi. Vega data entry. Nearly 60% of the planet has been consumed by the demons, with the rate of expansion increasing each day. The majority of the world population died in the first month of the Hell invasion. Following the catastrophic failure of virtually every man-made system, military response was immediate but only marginally effective at providing safe retreat from civilians, with many fortified locations cut off from outside communication. Facing overwhelming opposition, these makeshift fortresses have gradually fallen to the growing demon presence one after another. The large portions of the Earth's surface has become uninhabitable? With swarms of demons scouting the globe and most regions suffering from an atmosphere that has become infected and poisonous by process of some form of alien terraformation. Terraformation? Sounds cool. Upside cheap rent? This is where it would or would not flackering. Okay. So far it looks good. Yeah, so far it looks good. Yeah, I played around here after I got the full auto. And then I pretty much stopped here. Because I was like, okay, I am tired, one sleep. Why would I want to use this though? Is this good? Sticky bomb all day. Probably don't even need jobs to live here. Well, living here is a job of its own. Kako Demon? Wait, isn't Kako Demon in Doom 2? They are like a ball. You know, they spawn. They spawn on the empty platform, I think. The sphere. A classic Doom one. Oh, okay. Hi, McLarge. Was gonna surprise you with the new Gunfire DLC. Oh, sorry. I bought it. I can't help it. I have to buy the new DLC. Hi, McLarge. How you doing? Happy Pride Month, everyone. Play meatballs? Weakness Ballista. Does bonus damage to flying demons. Weakness Explosive. Sticky bomb of frag grenade into its mouth to triggers stagger. Huh. I knew you were, but it was cheap enough for you. It's very affordable, I would say, the price of the thing. Oh, of the DLC. I just want to throw bricks, to be honest. The new weapon, I want it. Congratulations on sleeping when need sleep. The objective marker show you where your current objective is. It's present on the compass and the auto map. Left alternate? Oh, left alternate to show where I need to go. Okay. Trying to learn the owl, but it's hard. Well, a new character is always hard. Learning new things is hard. I cannot wait to try it on Saturday. I will not be streaming tomorrow though. Gonna relax for a little bit for tomorrow. You know, Harigawai and stuff. Shoot! Shoot! Oh, I missed it. God. Bonk. Everyone sample size 2 to 3 people seem to love the owl. Yeah. The owl is great. Like, not saying the red panda is bad. It's just the owl is superior. Damn. Legs though? Is someone shooting at me already? Oh, to kill! You love using the owl? Don't we all? Don't we all? Shit, stop! I missed. Don't worry about it. Think a deck of cards. They say the owl is a magician, right? Oh, some sort of a magician. Tarot card? Oh my god. I'm good. I'm good. The game's now there, I think. I didn't get scared. I joke's on you. Wow. Moisturize? Okay. I think. Also, what is this? We got Spooder Demon? This is like Spooder Demon Brainiac Modoc. And weak points that can be shot for extra damage or even disable the abilities. Weak point flash red when damaged? Oh. Heavy range demon. Turret is a weak point that can be destroyed, disabling its wrong range attack. Explore the codex to learn more about demon weak points. Okay, so... Oh, the turret on top of the brain! Okay. So what, I have to sticky bomb that? I'm gonna try sticky bomb that. The music's kicking in. Fuck yeah. Ooh. Yeah man, I love this game. It's so brutal. Boom. Bop. Die. Oh! Wait, where's your turret? Oh my god! Oh, thank you. Whoa, that is a very tough spooder. Oh, stop. Who? On top? Oh yeah? Sorry, I love this. Yeah, that feels good. I should use the sticky bomb more. Like this? Yeah, look at that. Oh. Nice. How do I get there? Okay, so I was at the right place here? Yeah. So far so killing. It's almost as if Doom Guy evolved from kobolds. Maybe not far off, only almost. Press Q or... What is that button? Oh, that's the side button. Well, for me it's the top button. Activate weapon view and choose from all your weapons. Heavy cannon? There's a codex entry for every gun. Are you serious? Oh, there's a codex entry for every demon. Holy shit. Oh my god, there's so many things. Okay. Oh my god, even weapons. Doomblade. Secret. Double jump, chainsaw, just marker weapon mods. So these are the things that... Oh, it's a tutorials. Okay, okay. Is this gun good? I mean, all the guns are good, I'm pretty sure. Let's use it. This looks like some form of a rifle. Automap stations. Finding an automate station will reveal all undiscovered areas on the map. You can view the map in the map tab of the dossier. Also review valuable items in the world as you explore the location. Check back regularly to see what you have uncovered. Oh shit. Pan. Oh, that's pan camera. Rotate. Zoom. Oh. Question mark. I don't know if I... Oh my god. Center? Okay. That's a lot of things. Hey. Oh shit, I can... Ideal, ideal. Oh. Oh shit, I'm out of ammo. I need more ammo. Kobo needs more ammo. Uh oh. Turret. Oh my god, I'm so good. Insane. I'm insane. Oh, I'm insane! Low ammo. Okay, chainsaw. I want the other gun. Did you just... Are you playing Dark Souls? Oh, out of ammo already. Come on, I like the... I need more ammo. Hopefully there's like more ammo upgrades in the future. I mean, I hope. Okay. It still kind of weirds me out how I don't need to reload for guns. Reloading, ew. Yeah, in this game, no reloads. I can appreciate that. Hi? You're just a hologram. The fruit of your labor is just everything going to apeshit? Okay. Are you gonna spawn again? Hi, Roxas. Why are you licking? Oh. 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 Hi. You're kinda cute. So something that can be punched like this? No? Hmm? So secrets will not light up? Question mark? Uh, one up? It doesn't seem like I can go from up there. I don't know. Down? No? Maybe I just don't have access to it yet. See, because something like this will glow. I guess the glowy one means that it's the path forward? Boom. I can't aim. Got him. Oh. Okay, it came from here. Okay, you have to excuse me for my kind of a bad sense of direction. I might go back and forth multiple. Hi? Oh! Okay, so I have to keep a lookout on that particular crack. Okay. The crack looks boopable. Exploring is 40% of the fun. Oh. Wall climb? The Slayer. Oh, I'm the Slayer. Can attach the two pitted walls by pressing E. Pressing B. Look around and jump to another location. Okay, something like this. So this is wall climb. Oh, hi. I have no ammo. Chainsaw from the air. Oh, damn. Uh-oh. So these are all demons then, right? Even the one that's like shooting guns? Even the one with like Mega Man hand is a demon? This one? Even this one is a demon? That one looks normal.
The cleansing of Earth is a necessary step on the path to a brighter tomorrow.
Oh, so this guy did this thing is pro demon invasion? If time comes lore.
UAC Hell Merger Initiative. Humanity can now reach its full potential.
Oh shit! Oh my god. Oh my god. Can you die? Nice. Got him. Favorite gun found. Oh, I need chainsaw. Oh, shit. Oh. Formerly human. Pew pew butt. How do you have to? Oh! Precision sniper? Micro missiles? Good for raking a crowd demons. Missiles can seek targets, can eat through ammo if you aren't careful. Zoom in for additional precision. Whoa! And shots can penetrate through smaller demon, deal bonus damage to weak points. Wow. Gunfire Reborn skill coming in handy. Honestly, yeah. I'm glad I played Gunfire Reborn. I like micro missiles. Look at that. How can you not love this? I want missiles, thank you. Gimme, gimme. Mine. Oh, it takes a little bit of time to deploy. And then just like... Left control or middle mouse to launch a grenade which explodes after landing on the ground. Explosion damage and falter any demons hit by the blast. Gradually recharges over time. Infinite grenade? Okay. Keep in mind, just spam left control. It recharges over time. Okay, it recharges over time. Good. Even guns have like, yeah, I forgot. I mean, oh, I see it. Oh my god, it's so slow. Okay, no, that's fair. It is a grenade. Hi. Ugh. Oh, hi. Weak point. Kako demon. Oh, hey, there it is. Pressure demon with powerful close range bite. If you can fire a sticky bomb or frag grenade into its mouth, it instantly staggers. What? I have a sticky bomb. Where's the Kako demon? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh. Oh. You. Whoa, shit. Oh, okay. You know what? Time for a new mod. No. Woohoo! Chainsaw from above. Oh, shit. I can punch him. Uh-oh. Oh, I need this. Sticky bomb. Look at that. Grenade. E.G. Dude, maybe I'm good. Maybe I'm good. I don't know. Music is so fucking good, by the way. Nice. Oh god. Ooh, hi! Shit. There we go. Oh, am I out of ammo? Oh god. Come here. Cool. Can I chainsaw again? No? Okay. They say chainsaw refuel over time. One charge refills over time. I'm not seeing that particular crack anymore. Or maybe I'm just missing it. And I realized something, I have to follow green light. So green in this game is good.
The UAC would like to thank you for your support during this transition. Your suffering continues to inspire us.
God, what a douche. Grenade? I'm sorry, that's kind of cute. God damn. I mean, I have everything set on low and then the game still looks this good. Something up here? Can I climb this? I'm gonna try it. Why can't I double jump? What? Okay, no. Oh, I didn't jump. Is that wall climbable? Do I have to go up though? Okay. Yeah, I cannot go up. Oh, can I jump that far? Really? I mean, I guess I'm the Slayer. I came from there. Oh, okay, okay. Wow, okay, okay. Oh, that's an armor. Yeah. I want that armor. Okay, I'm the best. Oh, okay. Open world Legend of Zelda instincts. Track everything from your mind. Yeah. God, I love the Zelda game. I miss my crab dragon mobile. Nice. New lore. Together we survive. Oh, this Vega. You're doing the famous Doom Eternal platforming. Did the vehicle thingy survive saving? I don't know. I haven't opened up the game yet. Following the total collapse of international civilization, nations and boundaries as we know them have ceased to exist. A handful of remaining bureaucrats, government officials and military leaders have managed to survive by use of protective bunkers kept secret to the greater population. Covering under the flag of the Allied Nations, This governing body represents all that remains of the rule of law, forming what would essentially become a single world government. You mean like demons? Military bases in communication with an AN have made effort to regroup and centralize their areas of command, establishing fortified safe havens for survivors, stockpiling food and scavenging for supplies. Only proprietary military use communications remain functional, enabling military entities under command of the allied nations to coordinate in humanitarian aid and defense operations. By 2151, the formation of the ARC has taken highest priority and is considered to be, in all practical terms, the last hope for humanity. That must be so fucking scary though. Like demon invasions, and then there's like, you know, the whole Earth is pretty much gone, and then you only have like one small safe haven, and that's all you can like. Weak human die. Well, not the Slayers. Slayers too strong. Did I come from here? I totally did. Why? Oh, okay. Oh, what? Hello? Okay. It's okay. Not every tentacle hole has one inside. Oh, that was a tentacle hole. Okay. General tip, sometimes tentacles can be very big. That doesn't help. I don't know. Weakness big. Is there a weakness though? Oh, it's a hole. But they say not every hole has one, right? Do you have one? Oh shit, they're right. Not every hole has one. Unless I got you baited. In shooting games and fighting games, being big is weakness. Fighting game have some strength to it. I mean, big means long limbs. Far-reaching attacks, I guess. But in shooting games, yeah, definitely a downside. I hate this game. Why is that tentacle monsters? I mean, in other circumstances, I would like it. Okay, I'll stop. Uh-oh. Hi, eat that. Level up? How? Level up? They make up for it with those things, but on its own it's a negative. True. Unless you're paused. Okay. Yeah, forces is made different. Can I jump down? Oh my god, the climbing. Alright, going in. Oh shit. Damn. Eat. Oh, that works. I'll take it. Hey! Can you eat that? Can you eat this? Oh. Oh. Shoot. Get him. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I need grenade. I pressed the wrong button. Change it back. Oh jeez. Grenade! Okay, game is really getting hard now. Come here! Bedtime for you. Okay, Brian. I did it. Have good sleep. Thanks for stopping by. I can see myself play this for a long time. If you really look around, the game does give you a lot of things. You just have to look for it. Hmm? Hmm? Oh! Oh, sometimes I don't even need to bonk the wall, okay. I came from here.
Forget about the future. To suffer is to be present.
That is fucked. You just shot me? Homing missiles. Mmm. Tentacle? Tentacle? Got him. Tentacle? No. Do they keep spawning? Whoa. There's no dragon though. Uh-oh. Come on. God, it's too far. Oh, sorry. Got him. Ooh. Squidward's mom? Oh god. I mean, Squidward has tentacles as well, no? Explosion. Nice. Oh, okay.
The Khan Maker is nearby. She is inside that demonic
Buttward's
citadel.
mom.
I will mark her location on your HUD.
The what again? Maker? Khan? Okay.
The gathering
Whoa.
of Hell Priests is located just above your location. My scans indicate there is a lift at the center of this facility.
Is it gonna be boss fight already? Oh shit. Damn, the vocals. The vocal is just like...
Me's a cat. Meow.
Oh. Good. Meow, meow, good. Meow, meow, good. Fast travel allows you to teleport to predetermined points in the map, easy to find additional items and complete optional encounters. Unlocks near the end of the mission. Oh, that's something. Okay. Access fast travel in the map in the dossier tab. Tap to fast travel. There's a book. Here? Book. Hell Priest. Oh, it's a short one. Powerful practitioners of arcane magic. The priests have warped their powers to suit their insidious purpose, harnessing the dark force of hellish psychomancy. Psychomancy? To prepare Earth for the final blood ritual. By blood were the Hell Priests bound to the dark ritual which now consumed Earth. And so long as even one of them lives, the consumption of Earth would continue, allowing Hell unfettered rule of the mortal world. Only by destroying the priests can the blood ritual be stopped and the Earth saved. Oh. So I'm here to kill the Hell Priests, right? Now the collectathon is really starting. So I can teleport. I'm missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things. Show fast travel. Yeah, there's one here. Hell Priest? Hell Priest Barge? Okay. Okay, where was the question mark? How do I even get there? It's here, right? Yeah, this one. There's more below. Oh, there's like a road down. It's right behind me. Let's see, right behind me, and then to my right corner. Ah. Never felt so clever. Ooh. Okay, we found one more. This one go... After this one goes down. Is it? Show those demons who's really in charge of destroying the planet. I know, right? They don't even stand a chance when I'm here. The Kobo is a gun. Huh. There's no running in this game. Even Doom 2 has run. This is the fastest I can run. Shift is nothing. Okay, so it doesn't trigger anymore. So there's nothing inside. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure I finished here. Now I just need to go the other way. CD. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, wow. Shit. Okay. Okay. Oh, there's only one missing here. Time to explore. Is it good for me to start exploring so early on? Or do I just want to experience the action? You know what? With the auto map, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be fast. If I know how to use it. Okay, in front of me to my left. In front of me to my left. Essentially, I have to go through here first. Can I work fast? Oh, what the? It's above me. It's a whatever heart desires thing. True. Although I don't know if unlocking secrets will give me extra boom booms. Is it here? I'm in a very weird place. Ah. Oh! That's kinda cute. Alright. Well, so far I found toys. I guess they help? Okay, one book here I missed. Any more question mark? I assume, yeah, book is one as well. Okay, so one book here I missed. One question mark here. I don't think it's gonna be too slow. I'll do it fast. I mean, I'm walking pretty fast, so... If this is even walking... This feels like way more than walking. Okay, nothing's here. Okay, so nothing here for a bit until I found this book. And book is lore. Oh, hey! Is it here? Close. Walking like car, but agile. It sounds like the Slayer, alright? So it's in front of the building in front of me? Collect those shiny smartly? Anything for shiny, I'll do it. Looks like I have to be somewhere high up. This is the secret area? Ah, okay. Remaining human populations part 2. Although several 100,000 more were safely evacuated out of orbit in the mass exodus following the invasion, the expected odds of survival is considered unlikely for many of these lifeboats carrying cryogenically frozen passengers. Religious iconography and communes are now commonplace among survivors. With the collective perception of events taking on a biblical nature, many seek authority from a higher power to rationalize the sudden destruction of their world, believing these events represent a form of divine punishment. I mean, I don't blame them for looking at it that way. A divine punishment, but demon invasion instead? I don't know. Okay, so we got the book. We have 2 more shiny. I'm blocking one. One is just right directly in my head here. Okay, one over there. Religious lunatics. Kind of scary. Huh? There's only one more question mark here. Uh-oh. What if there's like one more inside the place? You know, inside the temple, I think. Okay, let me see if I can fast travel close to the question mark because it's kind of far away. CD. Yep, okay. In front of me, to my right, above. Up here, that one. Like a vent, okay. Somewhere there's a vent that I can access. Ah, do I? Oh my god, I was here though. Nice, got him. What? Cheat codes? Cheat codes activate special modifiers in mission select. All runes cheat codes save progression, but you cannot pick up items that conflict with your current cheat. Example, in world runes are locked with all runes cheat. Playing mission with cheat codes hides the Slayer key. Slayer key? Replay missions to find all items, finish all encounters, and experiment with locked weapons or upgrades. Okay, well, I mean infinite lives. I only have 2 lives right now. So retro, yeah. Cheat codes though. Okay, so I don't see any more question mark around this place. I can try going to Citadel again. Maybe there's something else in Citadel? Double check, double check. Huh. Not really. Show map groups. But there's no more. No more question mark and shit. What? Not even books. I'm trying to look at a very weird angle just to see if I'm missing something, but not in the city. Maybe in the starting area again? Map groups, Barge. Barge has nothing. Pretty much got it. What? God, this sounds like Mick Gordon, definitely. Oh. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Deek Nilox. Okay. One of the 3 Hell Priests, Deek Nilox, is charged with ensuring the Hell's invasion of Earth succeeds. He prefers to operate on the planet's surface, working in his unholy barge carried on the back of a demonic titan. And this proves him an elevated mobile position with which to oversee the campaign against humanity. Spiteful and cruel, Nilox frequently captures civilians alive so that their still living blood can be harvested for his occult rituals. Okay, that's kind of fucked. That's everything. Yay, okay, we found everything. I'm the best.
Dread it? Run from it? Collecting kobold arrives all the same, and now they're here.
The con maker
Yeah.
is present at this gathering.
You cannot run away from kobold when the kobold is hiding for shiny, hunting for shinies. Oh, kill them! There they are. Come on. Oh wait, are those just hologram? No?
This be? No man can pass through the gate. It is... This stops nothing. The sacrament of this world to the great Khan Maker will be made, and the energy will be restored once again. As it is written, from the souls of the non-believers, you will not save them from their judgment.
I have a gun. I have a gun. So Doomslayer don't talk. Is that it?
You go too far this time.
What the fuck?
Interfere.
Who are you to say this?
This is humanity's chance to repent, to give service to us.
I don't care. I have a gun.
Resist the will of the Khan Maker.
I literally don't care.
Portal now.
I literally don't care, Con.
Who was meant to enforce it?
I don't think so. I have a gun. Not much talking like me. Me too. I am very quiet. I got all of them. Event XP. Oh, there's an event going on? Okay. Hold to continue. I want to play more. More shiny. More hunting. More shooty bang bang. Quiet people rise up. Many people don't believe me when I'm quiet. When I say I'm quiet, because I'm doing streaming like this. But the thing is, when I'm not streaming, I prefer to just stay quiet all the time and not talk.
Your celestial locator is missing a component. We will need a replacement.
Exultia.
I've completed the redesign of your equipment launcher. The flame belch is now ready for your approval.
Flame belch. Flame belch? Oh. Oh. When did I do this? Press R to set enemy on fire. They will drop armor shots. Kill them and they will drop the most armor. Flame belt demon in groups to maximize the number of shot dropped. Gradually recharges over time. So like grenade. Oh my god, there's so many things to do now. Shit, okay. Burn! Oh, wow! Damn, alright. So this is my house now. I will quiet Cobalt Lady. Huh. Not much place I can go for now, huh? What, this? Sentinel Crystal? This is the Sentinel Crystal selection screen. Use the Sentinel Crystal to permanently upgrade your health, armor, or ammo capacity? Oh. Ammo? Happy and super heavy demons stay on fire longer. Demon drops armor at a faster rate. Armor for blood. As long as you're at max armor, all armor pickup contributes to blood punch. Blood punch? Blood punch. They really put emphasis on strategizing this time around. I can't compare really, but I guess I can compare a little bit between Doom 2 and this one. Doom 2 is pretty much just, I get big gun, I kill. This one has more like, you have grenades, you have flame bulk, you have mods. I can see that, kinda. Maybe skipping medicaments is why we feel so randomly hungry, that will make sense. Same. I skipped a few of my medications sometimes. Bad, don't do it. Medication important. I want to stay fire longer, but also I don't get... Why can't I not upgrade? What am I doing? I cannot upgrade. I'm literally... I'm like... Huh? Oh, is it because of this? You can select an upgrade to increase your health, armor, or ammo capacity. 4 upgrades available for each category. When selecting an upgrade, the section shows your currently upgrade capacities for health, armor, and ammo, and how the selected upgrade will increase that category. Unlocking 2 link upgrades give you a bonus upgrade. Consider the bonus upgrade when selecting your Sentinel Crystal upgrades. Highlight the upgrade 1, confirm your selection. Ammo. Ammo. Lizard, please. We're not figures of authority, so it's okay if you're hypothetical. Yeah. I want bullet. More bullet. Oh. Health, armor, and ammo upgrades are immediately applied along with any unlocked bonus crystals. Search the environment to locate more Sentinel crystals to improve your capabilities. Oh my god, that's so cute though. What is that? My mouse cannot get out. Oh my god, that's the cutest thing ever.
The portal is activated and ready when you are.
Oh, I got 90 bullets now? Okay. I'm going in. Whoa. Exotia. Keep moving in combat, stand still for too long and you are dead? Okay. Damn, there's so many things. Holy shit. I have a map. Check. Ooh, there's already something down there? Okay. Check the map frequently. I mean, I can always check the map during... Nah, I don't need to check the map at start, but now that I checked it, there's something down there. But I cannot see it. Do I just like... Oh, I see it. Okay. I am the best. Whoa. Oh, that is scary. Oh, that is kind of scary. Jump. Can't jump like... Ew. Oh. Is this a good dog, bad dog? I drew Exodia and drew 50 badass cards from my deck. Exodia! Oh, sorry. They look different. You look different. Dog equals good. Alright. I'm not gonna look at the map. I only check the map during the end of the mission. Exultia. Translation from Legra Soltagenta, Book of Kings. What treasury comes from our darkest selves, driven by greed and want, for I have been deceived by the Dig. But you have been deceived by the Dig? I don't blame you. Hi, Wings of Fire. Look at that cute. Wow. Yeah, I think it's official. I'm trans now. Hope you're doing good, Wings of Fire. Welcome. Okay, deceived by Deek. They came north with I, the priests, as allies to our cause against the Khan Maker and her unscrupulous methods. The silvery tongue wagon. They laid a plan for us and sowed the seeds of desire for hasty triumph. They claimed knowledge of the Maker's source of power in the demon realm, a vast foundry of souls when the innocent are put to the fire for the essence. In the foundry's destruction, our victory is assured, they told us. And... oh, sorry. And the fools that we were, that I am, believed their lies. On their word, we send the Doomslayer and the Night Sentinels to destroy the foundry. And the priest cast the gate for the egress? As the last veteran entered the demon's empire, our final hope of reclaiming our dominion, the Dig closed the path and left them stranded. They were trapped, lost in the eternal void by the action of the traitors. How could I not see their intention? Am I blinded by grief for the loss of Taras Nabad? Of my people? We have fled again, with barely a legion of the Night Sentinels left to protect us. The Dig are gone. Return to their mistress. May the Wraith forgive my failure. That's kinda sad. Egress. Where did I come from? Here? Here? Dog. Oh shit. Uh-oh. Come here. I have more ammo now.
Egress. The action of going out of or leaving a place. Direct means of access and egress for passengers.
Got him. Ooh, they are close rangers. Oh, the music! Let's go! Who are you? Shit. Oh my god, you seem strong. Goodbye. Hell Knight. The chain gun can quickly falter this demon. Sorry, I didn't hear the egress. The action of going out of our leaving a place. Direct means of access and egress for passengers. Egress, huh? Oh my god, already out of ammo. Dog. Oh, blood punch? Uh-oh. More things? Blood punch is a melee attack that deals extra damage. Once charged, press E or B to unleash it. Okay. Glory killed the demons. I've been doing that for years. And then blood punch the demon. Did I just punch him? What the fuck? Oh. Hey, Here comes the very slightly controversial blood punch. Controversial because it's too strong? Something here. From sideways, maybe. Okay. Blocked off. Something. Oh, dude, whoa, 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 hey, get out. Playing Killer Instinct? Hmm? Moisturize? I will. Thanks, Stop. I guess the news were right. The news that mentioned that this few months, especially June, will be hot as fuck in Malaysia. And they were right. Yesterday I was sweating when I was sleeping. Yeah, they're right. I have air conditioner on right now. Don't. Chainsaw. Yeah, please. Please, air conditioner. As tall as dragon? I wish. I mean, maybe not. If it's as tall as a dragon, I might cease to exist. Runes enhance your abilities or enable new abilities. You have limited rune slots, so choose the rune that fits your playstyle. Perform glory kill faster? From much further away? Speed boost after glory kill? Wow. Increase movement control while in the air? How long enemies remain in the staggered state? Survive one death blow and briefly slow down time, giving you a chance to recover. Recharges on death, okay. Hold mid-air to temporarily slow down time. Fully drained, you need to wait for it to recharge. One influence equipment with decreased recharge time? I think I understand this. Enemies killed by blood punch shockwave drops health. I think it's either this or actually this. I feel like I'm not really dying a lot. I'll get the air movement for now. Yeah, I feel like the air movement is very important. Oh shit. Ow, my eyes. A rune equip. Here you can view and equip purchase runes and placing them in available slots. Okay. Now active. Unlock more rune slots. Swap runes to fit your playstyle. Okay. Oh, I can equip 3 runes. Oh my god. That's good to know. Found it. Uh-oh. Oh boy. Oh god. I'm not ready. Oh my god. Punch! Punch! Oh, woohoo! Damn, that feels good. No, I want to listen more to the music though. God, that was hype. Monkey bar? What is that? I found a blue thing. I guess that's good. Objective. Here. It should say secret found. They didn't even say what it is. Killing too fast to jam out. Pro gaming problems. Nah, I don't know if I'm actually pro gaming. Maybe I am a little bit for whatever reason. Killing butt fast to jam up. Bro, gay butt. Got him. Oh. Ooh. Hi. Got him. Punch. Who? Oh shit, okay. Nice. God, this thing is tough. Oh yeah, flame belt. Remember flame belt, and then frag grenade. There we go. Weapon point? Complete all encounters in the mission to earn weapon points. The demonic corruption meter tracks the point you've earned. Each mission has 10 weapon points in total. Spend weapon points in the Arsenal tab in the Dossier tab to upgrade your weapon mods. I can upgrade? Wow. Upgrade your weapon mods, custom your weapon wheel, apply custom skins to weapons. Okay. Navigate a weapon that has a mod unlocks, like upgrades. Sticky Bams or full auto. I'm not even using full auto. Oh, this is good against the Spooder, I think. Yeah. Can damage multiple times at once. Taking the waypoint triggers a large explosion. Oh. Upgrades quick recovery, faster transform, fast feed. Quick rack, bigger boom, bigger boom, bigger boom. 6. Explosion size increased by 45%. Reload speed? What, sticky bomb needs reloading? I want bigger boom. Bigger boom, nice. Purchase some upgrades to unlock access to the Weapon Mastery Challenge. This gameplay challenge can be completed to unlock the weapon's full power. There's a weapon challenge? Okay. Oh my god, there's so many things. Oh my god, okay. It's something. A book. There's something. Chainsaw? Before you run out of ammo, proceed instantly chainsaw. Why are you telling me now? Time to kaboom some demons. Yeah. Oh, they can reach there? Okay, maybe not. Ow. Flame belt. Wasn't there like a book there somewhere? I need to keep that place in mind. Pretty sure I'll come back afterwards. Oh! There it is. The wolf. Oh! Argenta legends speak of sentinel beast. Loyal creatures that lived as companions of the hardened warriors, often larger, swifter, and stronger than others of their kind. These animals shared instinct with their masters and aided them in battle. The Night Sentinels never shared publicly the origin of these creatures, for only they stood worthy for them. You know this is almost 2nd of this month? Yeah, Sonic Boom is coming tomorrow. Well, maybe the day after tomorrow for me, I think? Or maybe tomorrow 12 PM. I'm not too sure, but tomorrow it will be released. We can Sonic Boom. You like the wolf? Wolf looks pretty cool. It's pretty okay. It's okay. It's not like, you know, dragons and anything. I assume this is bad. I'm just gonna follow these things. Okay. You want Doragon? Yeah. How can I say no to that? Boom. Boom. Bonk. What am I doing? Oh, book. I cannot reach the book. Oh, I have to stand here. What? Oh, it's the Ligra Suta Genta again. Oh, can I skip this one? It's too much. Okay, let me just like go through with my eyes. Expanded? What kind of word is that? Husband, huh? Who is the first ones? This one keeps like mentioning about first ones. It's like a god or something. There'll be a fun place to sleep at on the dragon. Yeah. 2 oatmeal flakes. You're going to watch a Doom lore video. Although Brian did share a video on the video sharing site on my Discord. I haven't watched that one yet. What I do? Got him. Oh. Maybe slipping in front of the spinning things, though dragon likely better. Yeah, dragon will always be better. Can I run now? Dash. Oh. Oh shit, I'm playing Gunfire Reborn. Left shift to quickly move while traversing or fighting. Dashing into a pitted surface instantly attaches you to it. You can dash twice before it needs to recharge. Whoa! I'm playing Gunfire Reborn. This is second nature to me. Yeah, sorta. It's fine, I guess. 2 dashes before recharging? It's pretty good. Oh wait, I need to go back. But I cannot go... Can I go back? No, it's locked. Oh shit. Oh, I have fast travel. Okay, it's fine. So I dash. Ooh, I dash. I don't even need to press E. Oh, sorry, dog. Oh, hey. Dash, dash. Got him. Oh god. Punch. Whoa. Hi, what am I looking at? I'm not moving. Oh yeah, badminton tonight. At 6, around. My phone's charging. Don't whisper to my ear like that, ew. You're not even here. King Novik?
You cannot kill the priests.
Oh, hi.
You know our laws.
I killed one, you're wrong.
Despite their transgressions against the Covenant, they are still of Sentinel blood. What you interfere with now is bigger than you can imagine.
Why am I kneeling?
It is written. It is their time to give penance. If you continue, you will bring down the heavens' wrath.
There's a Doomslayer I know of.
You are but one man. They are no longer your people to save.
Yeah, give him a side eye. I mean, especially I want to continue. I can go back here. There's gotta be something here. Behind the throne, classic. Oh, classic. All right. You know what? I can respect that. The classic. Behind the throne. Because you knew to the king? Okay, fair. Book. King. Oh, that's the king. All right. Okay, King Novik ruled over Sentinel Prime for many years as its warrior patriarch, ordained protector of the sovereign Sentinel worlds. The Sentinel people, defined by a legacy of war, deem only those of warrior caste befit to rule. And in times of battle, it is expected that the king lead from the battlefield rather than from the safety of the throne. As it is written in Sentinel law, a king unfit for battle is likewise unfit to rule. That's fair. For millennia, the Sentinel people have secured their civilization against the threat of invasion from beast and human alike, passing on the mantle of battle to each subsequent generation and refining the craft of war into an art of ultimate mastery. Even in times of peace, the Night Sentinels remain vigilant, developing a new technology of conquest, each the more capable of securing their dominion across the sovereign worlds. Improving over time, it's pretty much what it is. Meow meow shiny. Yip yip shiny. Oh, I don't think it's good to jump down. Unless... Okay, there's nothing down there. Oh. Water's unsafe now. Oh, it's a thing! Flame belt. Whoa. Shit. Yeah. Oh. Tylra! Coffee Raid! The Ultra Nightmare Dragoness is here to protect Kobo from demons. Protect me, Tylra! I don't know how to play this game. Hello! Wow, wait.
Hello.
My mouse cannot get out, you know, I'm gonna up tab. I'm gonna up tab, look at that. Wow. Hi Tylra, hi everyone. Dastra69, good name. Fig Fan Hazel, nice, hello.
And welcome.
Thank you for the follow. Raccoon Outlaw, thank you for the follow as well. Inoro Kashi, hi. Grey Beret, hi. Lythar, good to see you too. Good to see you too, Tylra.
And welcome.
Aisha Moonchild. If I butcher any of your name, I'm sorry, okay? Welcome in. How you doing? What were you playing?
Hello. And welcome.
Wow, thank you for all the follows though. Look at that. I was playing Pizza Tower. Oh, it's a game that I want to play for a little bit. Close enough? Okay. We got not 1, but 4 P ranks today. P ranks? Pizza rank? Is that the best rank in the game? I want to try out Pizza Tower someday. But because only because I played a little bit of Doom Eternal last night, that's why I'm doing it today. It's so satisfying. Subtitles call me Asian Moonchild. I mean, I'm Asian. Saya orang Malaysia. It's fine. You know, I'm I got the Asian card. It's fine. It's a very difficult rank to obtain. P rank? Ooh. To get the P rank, you must get all 3 secrets, all 5 collectibles, and 1 level secret. Enough points and keep your combo meter constant and never drop. Oh no, I will not be able to get that. Oh no. It's a new profile. No one knows this is my profile right now. Well, congrats on having 4 P ranks because that sounds hard. I'm playing Doom Eternal today because it's heckin' great. First time too, never played it before. You got some nice socks on? Oh yeah, I go by She Day now. It's kinda official, so don't worry, it's all good. I know my voice is nowhere near She Day, so don't worry. Spicy but it's so fun. Something about spicy spicy things is so hard. oh fun actually I want to say. Oh no, it's fine, Raccoon, it's okay. Don't worry. Always good. I know you meant well. Oi! Help. Why is this big guy?
certain thing. It's only natural, it's fine. Consider it's just yips all the way. Hitting that night, good night, raccoon. All the here chat. Take care. Have a good sleep. Thanks for the time again. So good. What's this? Secret encounters? Optional time encounter here in the room will not be restored afterwards. Oh god. If you're on the time of the thing, you can retry the secret encounter. One weapon point? I'll take it. Everything's so brutal. Wow, I'm fake. Hey, so, thank you. Thank you for gift subtle. What is this? The gift subtle for Tylra. Thank you. Help. I don't know that. Oh my god. Thank you, Hazel.
This Sentinel battery can be used to provide additional power to your ship. Several modules remain unused. Finding more batteries will enable you to utilize the full functions of your command station.
Command station. The mic is back. Hey! Playing Xbox for a few seconds for you. Hi, Cheesecake. Thanks again, Hazel. Don't know if you understood me or something. Oh, whoa. Hi. I got a new plasma rifle. Oh, I don't know if this gun's good. I'm just gonna use it. Revenant. It's a heavy aerial demon that specializes in mid-range attacks. Shoulder cannons are weak points. Destroying them disables its long-range attacks, forcing it to be a melee combatant. God, every enemy has a lore. This game is lore got lore. Hee. The lore is really fun. Revenant? Contact thing. You got the message? Nice. Oh yeah, I got scared by Tentacle. This shit scared the shit out of me. Tentacle's scary. Dash and double jump will break the rocket lock-on. Oh! More vulnerable when in the air. Destroy shoulder launches disable rocket attacks. Let me try it. Can I just... This thing? Oh! Shit! It... Oh! Nice who? Hi? Idol gun. Help! Help! Chainsaw. Oh, I'm late. Hi? Whoa, Nelly. Whoa. My god. Yeah. Can you not go through this? I mean, I'm pretty sure Doomslayer could just squish in, you know. A little bit of ducking. Too broad. Doomslayer is too much of a giga chat. Hmm? Oh. Oh, they're gonna mess with my brain a little bit. Oh. Looks like it's from down there. There's something below this one? It's a big one. I never played Portal. I only played Portal 2 multiplayer a little bit. I kinda get how Portal, but not Portal yet. Huh? Obtain the Celestial Power Core. Locate the Betrayer. Betrayer? Yeah. Oh. There it is. Look at it. Doom at Doom's Gate. Oh, they even have like old school Doom music in here. This game is puzzles? I thought this game is all about just shooty shooty bang bang. You know, I have a gun, I shoot, I kill. Oh yeah, that's the one I punched. Okay, can I do I have to go here? Oh god, I hate it. I hate it. Oh, yeah. Yep. No, that's not yummy. Oh god, they're even bubbling. I cannot jump when I'm in the yummiest. That's not yummy. Oh, okay, wait. No, no one told me. Oh, it's actually good, you know. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. All good. All good. So what? There's gonna be more now? Oh god. I don't want. Okay, just kill them. Just kill them. It's fine. Oh. Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready. You cannot scare me. Hugo Martin when he designed purple. Set of face. Purple goo. I cannot jump. Look at that. I'm like stuck, and then there's like one up there. Somewhere. Tentacles? The fuck? I don't like it. This gives an affront to your color palette. It kind of does, doesn't it? You know, I appreciate that. Air control? There, okay, good enough. I'm so glad I got the air control perk. This one is a sniper. Great finisher after the salvo of plasma rounds. Can clear out a crowd of fallen demons instantly. Damage multiple energy shields at once. Energy shield? Microwave beam? Explode on death. Bigger demon, bigger explosion. Good finisher for a heavily damaged demon. Consumes ammo quickly. Huh. I mean, I have a chainsaw. Right? And with air control. I feel like the glory kills get speed is pretty good. Also the save me from death once is pretty good as well. I feel like I think I love mobility things. That's why I went with air control. Best perk in the game, practically a prerequisite. That huge? I don't like the sniper. I'm gonna get heat blast. You play mobility character?
There is a sentinel power.
Vega, you scared shit out of me.
You can use it to activate the mech and clear a path forward.
Heat blast good. Precision bolt is meta when you start learning fast swaps. Fast swaps? Like changing weapons? I'm still enjoying using 1, 2, 3 to change weapons. I like that. They can bypass reload emissions by swapping weapons. Huh? This one reload? Eh. Reloading, ew. Shiny. Not so much reloading, but the general animations of the firing. Oh, it's something like Gunfire Reborn sniper thing? Do I use it on this? No? But then I don't... What? No, it must be this thing. It has to be this thing. What? Why were you punching just now? Why were you punching? It gets spicy. I have to show you sometime. I can already feel the spiciness of this game. I can enjoy this. Ooh. Puzzle solved. Oh, I have dash. Should be fine. Ooh. Book. What? When aiming at the demon or its weak point, use the heavy cannon precision bolt mod or use the combat shotgun sticky bomb mod to zoom in. What? If the reticle is near the demon, it will snap to it? Whoa! Oh! Wait, sniper good? I didn't get the sniper though. Sniper good? Oh no, this is too much reading. It's the history of Sentinels. I'm not gonna read this. Hey! Sniper good. But I didn't get sniper. Oh. Someone die? What's with the scream? The scream is like royalty-free scream. Oh, there has to be something here. Ah, I see it. Ugh. What even is that? That's a creepy shiny. That's a very scary looking shiny. Oh my god, you even have the emote. That's the face? Oh my god. When you're not, but she continues to suck. I think I can jump up there. Oh. Maybe not? Yeah, that's easier. Damn. Big doors. Cackle Demon? I know what a Cackle Demon is. Oh, this looks like a big bag. Oh, I see a spooder. I see a spooder. I'm already getting shot at? Oh my god. Oh my god. Spooder. Spooder. Oh! Heal. Control. Shoot. Got him. Punch. Who? Oh my god. Oh, I'm out of ammo. Belk, shoot. Punch. Can I go demon? I don't have bomb. Oh my god. Can someone let me chainsaw for a little bit? Please jump down. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's the wrong mod. Thank you. Chainsaw. No target. Whoa, mama, there's so many things. Okay, got him. Sticky bomb, good. No, Oh god, I cannot get him. Woo! I should be using the whole field, honestly. Well, try to at least. Try to. Oh, put it. Oh. Oh, is that a bullet for plasma gun? Okay, okay. Eh? I don't think there's anything else here. Well, I think anyway. It's okay. I have heckin' teleportation towards the end. Who? What? Where? Got him! I'm the best. Sticky bomb. No. Dash refill? A dash refill to completely refill the dash meter. After grabbing one, you can dash again to get across large gaps. Okay, how does it look like? Oh, okay. Oh. Oh, that feels good. Uh-oh. Is it weird of me to think that Cackle Demons are a little bit adorable? I mean, they're spherical. Something about spherical creatures is kinda adorable. Oh no. Remove some edges you got, love. Hey! What difficulty is that? Hurt me plenty. Think you're ready for your first real fight coming up? I don't think so. Hi Barnaby, go to bed. Not yet. Not yet. Oh, they want me to find out? I'll try my best. Whoa. Oh, this is not a gun. Can I walk on it? I don't think I want to. Wait, I have to. Also, how you doing, Barnaby? Hi, Solar Dragon. I missed your chat. My mouse cannot go out the screen. Mean pet, does it count? Yes, it does. Alright, thanks Pinky for covering for me. Where did I? Oh, okay, it's fine. 7 life lead? No, you're killing it on this? Press the jump button to get a burst of outward momentum, but be careful you eventually move downwards until you hit the floor. Wow, Solar, wow. Very nice. tutorial. No. Oh god, there's gonna be tentacles. Oh, I'm gonna be scared. What if it's psych though? What if there's no tentacles? I don't like this. I hate it. There's gotta be more. I knew it, I knew it, I knew it. I have to fight here? Oh, that's gonna be a bit of a problem. Social distance tentacles. Oh no, alright, I cannot jump. Why am I on fire? I mean, why am I asking why am I on fire? Of course I'm on fire. I... Hi, what was that? Taco demon! Taco demon! The Q demon is shot until you die. You don't have to use the PNG tuber full body if you don't want. I said so you can have options. Oh, I want to do it full body, yeah. I like the socks. It's like number 1. Thanks again, Barnaby. And my first try with the session today and already made a cure. That's pretty much good. This time walking out from a cryopod? Cryopod? They would be unlocking cheats with external software, opening the AI and typing the command kill AI. I am absolutely adoring this game's music. Believe it or not, I do love heavy metal like this. Even better, I like screamos. They'll kill demon faster than Key. You know what? True. I haven't watched Keemstar in a long time, and I'm glad I didn't. How am I supposed to fight here? Please explode. Oh god, oh god. Oh. Tentacles? Tentacles? The music is bumping. Why though? No. Okay, no tentacles. Like being ignorant of who Keemstar is good or bad? Good. If you don't know who Keemstar is, good. Knowledge is inherently neutral. Sounds like you're making good use of it. Knowledge, good. Sometimes, yeah. Yeah, it's extremely good. Yeah. If you don't know about Keemstar, thumbs up. Very nice. COVID-19, 6 feet apart tentacles. Tentacles doesn't care. The Doom tentacles are like the antithesis of hentai tentacles. Instead of invading your personal space, they slap you out of their personal space. Yeah, true. We are the one invading their personal space. They should be pissed. Do I have the... I do now. I rolled stupidly well on session 0 to the point where I got the maximum intelligence and education stats you can get in character creation. Is that... Wait, I'm not catching up. Are you talking about the game? Sounds like tabletop. Haven't tried D&D. Traveler TTRPG? Tabletop, that's TT, I think. Nice shot. Huh. Whoa. Platforming. Praise the skill. Praise the Gunfire Reborn skills. And Deep Rock Galactic. For demons, every stat is a dumb stat. Demons. There's something back there? It looks like it. Dude. Ew. Fuck. There's gotta be tentacles here. Oh, there's something. Can I just like... No, I don't think that works. I knew it. Is there more? This is a really good thing. There has to be more. I don't trust this. Only one guarding this? Wow. I want more ammo. I like more ammo. Shiny? Shiny number 1. God, ammo though. I want ammo. I want ammo. Oh, I love this. Doomsday just like take everything. Feels good, man. What if there's more behind? But I already got all the tentacles. No? Okay, go. Oh, I hate the purple goop. Loot magnet is usually the meta pathing. Oh, can I just get all 4 ammo? 2 times ammo on the start. Interesting. I just want never-ending ammo. Uh-oh. Oh, hey, platforming. Alright. Sure, I bought Burger with Crystal 0 out of 10. Borgar? Who's shooting me? Oh no. Oh, I don't have sniper. I know it's sniper. Eee? Hi, what are you doing? Oh, you're here. Thanks. Imagine having ammo in this game. I mean, I have chainsaw. Book. More history of sentinels. Priest Borger. Gonna drop the ammo for all the mobility. No. I'll rather hoard ammos. I mean, I'm not dragon, but I'm allowed to hoard, right? I mean, I'm pseudo dragon, kobold. I can hoard. Oh, where did I go? Oh, I'm so good. Okay, I'll take it. And this show goes on my yeet hook shenanigan. Yeet hook? I'll tell you all about it after level 3. Okay. Hey. Rude. Oh, purple. Slayer Gate. Slayer Gates are optional in intense encounter. Ammo and extra lifespan in Slayer Gate will not be restored afterwards. Completion awards 3 weapon points and an Empyrean key. Each Slayer Gate is unlocked with a Slayer key, which is near the gate. Okay, near the gate. Slayer key? Near the gate? Oh, I have to find... I know about Gunfire DLC, Roxas. I wanted to play Gunfire today, but I'm more into Doom today. I'll do it on Saturday. Do it? Do it for this? Do it? Okay. Let me find the key first. I'll definitely do it. Sounds fun. Intense encounters, no? But it... Buttspot knows something that we don't. They say the key is nearby. You go bed, okay. Have good sleep, Solar. Oh, key. Unlock Slayer Gate. Completing all 6 Slayer Gates unlock access to the Unmaker in the Fortress of Doom. Don't know what that is. Hidden when playing the cheat codes. Oh, okay. So no cheat codes allowed. I got the key. Let me in. Whoa. Oh, am I gonna die? Firm is tomorrow. What the fuck? Oh, June 2nd. Firm registration. That's a very different thing, Roxas. Registration's tomorrow, yeah. I heard the standard ticket is unlimited. They only say sponsor and super sponsor is limited. Only. They even know what they. Oh shit! Okay. Well, mama. Please die. Oh my god, it's so... What the fuck? Oh. Punch. Oh, holy shit, man. Oh, they are not joking about intense. What the fuck? Missiles incoming? What? Oh, there's this guy. I'm stuck. Heat wave. Heat wave. Punch. Holy shit. I'm doing something right, I guess. What the fuck? Oh my god. I thought I bullet punch. Oh! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. How am I living? Is there more? Priest Gunfire Reborn, I guess. Oh, there's so many things. Oh my god, I win. Oh! Oh, I did it! Oh, E.T. Oh god, that feels so good. So many revenants. Those are all revenants, you're right. Oh, I want more. Oh, I want more. Oh
Balloon
my god.
and confetti noises.
Balloon and confetti noises. Hi, Astro. Survival achieved. Yeah. Oh god, that was great. Also, yeah, heat wave good. I see the heat wave just straight up destroyed everything when I used it. How you doing, Astro? Leggings cute. I know, right? Barbie nailed it. I am in love. I have to find more Slayer gates. That was fun. Oh, you were a combo breaker? Oh, which game did you play, or did you spectate? God, combo breaker though. Huh. Isn't this a little bit hard? No. Oh.
The betrayer's life signal is nearby.
Alright, I'm trying to find a betrayer. Was cool meaning some main 6 and Linkster had an amazing run. Oh yeah, Combo Breaker had Dance Flying Hertz as their main game as well. I was surprised. I was looking at the gameplay as well, the tournaments. I was looking at top 16, and then I missed the top 8 because top 8 happens at 1 a.m. for me. So it's like I have to sleep. And look at the top 16, only one Texas, one Pocket Stronghold. It's like eh. I don't know if this is a good idea. Oh, it is? Okay, good.
There are motion sensors and artillery everywhere.
That's bad, right? Am I dead? Those things are pointed at me. I don't think this is good.
I told you all to leave me here.
Oh, you're the betrayer.
I
Hi.
am where I belong.
It was hype, loved it. Same.
Peace. Only make the burden you carry worse.
Oh, that's why he's the betrayer. Okay. Thanks, though?
And now you seek to defy the Khan Maker herself. It is your people's time now to give penance, just as it was mine.
Oh, I see why you're the betrayer.
Hear me, Slayer. When his heart is laid to rest, then his soul will be at peace. And so will mine.
What is that? Is that a dagger? Can I use it? Can I go stab? Can I shoot you? Oh. Oh my god, it's holstered. Okay. I want this sword. Can I get it? Meeting of Giga Chads? Oh. I mean, yeah, they are definitely Giga Chads. I have to say, the top 16 of Dance Flying Hertz is pretty hype. And then, oh, I also heard the Tekken 7 Tekken 7 Grand Finals is mind-blowingly hype as well. Haven't watched it. I need to go watch it someday. Yeah. The Betrayer. Oh, I want to read this. I'm very interested. After years of prolonged war against a demonic threat invading their world, Agent D. Noor. It sounds like a Malay name. It sounds like a Malay name. Oh, no, Noor is usually female though. Like Noor Shafiq or something. Alright. Launch an offensive strike across dimensions, sending their greatest warriors into the heart of hell itself. Despite their training and their preparedness, their honor was undone by deceit. Betrayal at the highest levels of command left Agent D. Noor, bravest warriors cut off and scattered in the hellscape. Is that... the Betrayer did this? But of these last remaining Knight Sentinels, only one remained in hell by choice. Betrayer of the Argenta. It was Commander Valen who relinquished the keys to the elemental sepulture? In return for his son's resurrection. Haunted by demonic visions, the image of his son's tortured existence plagued him without relent. The whispers of demons pushing him towards madness. In a moment of weakness, he fell prey to the demon's trickery. Sealing the fate of Agent D. Noor and dooming the kingdom to which he swore a lifelong oath to protect. Valen chose exile in the hellscape for his sacrilege. Hi, Sprout. Shadow Wizard Money Gang, we love casting spells. Sepulcher. Oh, Sepulcher. Okay.
Okay, Green. Hi, Sprout. We're casting spells. I love melee. Everyone blame Green. It would be a shame if someone redeems me speaking Chinese. It would be a true shame. You guys will not be able to understand me at all. That's what I'm trying to say. Chaos is great sometimes. I mean, as a Kobo myself, yeah. Chaos is great. Thanks, Astro. Okay. 小朋友啊，你们听不懂的话，你们怪 Green 跟 Astro 就好了。没想到呢，我是西那边讲华语的。看起来很恐怖。你注意地才注意点。机关很久一下哦，我都不懂我机关玩多久啊，可是我已经。
Hello, remember to open up the subtitle, thank you.
你这样开了不 ？My ears hurt. Good. The sole purpose of people mic is to make people's ears hurt. CC open, okay, good. 好，那用 CC open 就没有问题了吗？真的是。他们地下来，拿地下来拿到就这样走。是。哇，你变快了！哇。他看我是玩过黑影枪。喝这种东西我还是可以的。OK 了吗？很定哦。后面
有名啊！ 哇，硬到打真的是轻松。哦，又是这个东西，哇，我死了，真是。什么根？有狼啊！你要把这个打掉先，那个逮劫楼 ，OK。嗯。Hit wave。哇，真勁！好，现在有紧张一下。哦，准到倒。其实我觉得这把枪很强一下。OK 啦。虽然有几次差点死掉，不过还是 OK 的。哦
Nane, wo hen gaoxing wo zai zibo qian shangle zhongwen k. Rip pronunciation and grammar.
什么？男孩，男孩，男孩，男孩是 boy 啊 boy 哦。我很高兴我在直播前哦，直播前 OK， 我在直播前上个中文课哦。You took a Chinese class before the stream. What? Power-ups temporarily give you special abilities. Killing with a power extends duration. Onslaught increases the damage of each shot. Overdrive increases movement speed, gives infinite ammo. Berserk allows players to instantly rip and tear any demon. Oh, this one is Onslaught? So 这个是 Onslaught， 这个 Overdrive， 这个 Berserk 啦。所以我可以拿是紫色，就全部枪比较痛啦。No class， but then 你讲中文课嘞？我可以 fast travel 啊！诶，我可以 fast travel 了哦！哇，我都不懂诶，这关好久哦。可以讲这关真的是久到倒啊！所以我现在可以 fast travel 了，我是不是要开始找东西哦？诶，我也没有 miss 很多嘞，那我才 miss 2个诶，不错嘞。这边一个，去拿把这个拿掉先呢。那这样我感觉就是我想要把全部东西拿完呢，全部 shiny 都是我的。没有办法，谁叫我是 Kobo？Kobo 就是要拿全部亮亮的东西就是好了，开心就好。快油站一个瞬间的行进，瞬间的行进，求快行，感觉好像不 make sense 呢。那个问号，哦，这边 OK， 很意外一下了，我也没有 也没有 miss 很多东西，我才 miss 2个而已。Me doesn't need to understand much Chinese to see that Google Translate still does a good job. It does an okay job? Oh, 这个只是一个小小 secret 的呀 OK OK。所以刚才那个 armor 也不算是这个的啦。
Shadow Wizard Money Gang. Magic noises, we love casting spells. Magic noises intensify. This text-to-speech is sponsored by Raid Shadow LEDGENDS. Click the link below to join the Shadow Wizard Money Gang, where we love casting spells. Enter link here.
Kind of yeets the meaning away. I mean, I can kind of understand what you are going for. It's like praise the fast travel, something like that. Okay, the question mark is down here. Sounds like it could use some trading cards. Trading cards? Maybe? Okay, so I jump down about a few more levels. It's not that one. It's below. Down here, this one. I got this. I assume I have to walk slowly down? It's like a gap here. I have to follow the road down, okay. There it is. Punch. Oh! Now we just need one more. That's a cute spooder. Did you guys know Tame Impala? Not me. I don't see the last secret? Can someone confirm does the portal towards the end is like the end of the stage, or is there a little bit more? Because I'm not seeing another like book or something. Or this one? Oh, it's a question mark. Maybe it's this thing. Okay, okay. This must be it. Let's travel. Hell. Oh no. I have to start from... Okay. It's fine. It's fine. I can do it slowly. Okay. From here forward. Oh, it's actually not too far away. I'm there. Just have to progress a little bit. Find this thing. mean, I have 2 dashes. Let me see. I am looking directly at it. Where? It's right below the... Is it that little island there? I think taking my meds after breakfast was the dumbest order of action you could have taken. Eh? Wait, but isn't most medication has to be taken after meal? I mean, at least so far, the medications I have always requires me to, take them after meal. So, maybe. Supposed to take it before? Well, Pinky. That's a different case then. It's slightly right above me. Now stomach feels weird. Well, yeah. You were supposed to eat it beforehand. Maybe accessing it from around here sounds good. Let me show you a balancing out. I hope so. Same. It's right in front of me. It's blocked. Is there a breakable wall somewhere? Whoa, I'm flying. What if I jump down from here? Okay, it's right below. It's definitely here then. Oh! This is not a Slayer gate, right? This is just a secret encounter. I gotta do it. Oh, what the fuck is that? Yeah, I'll take it. I think that's everything. Yeah. What? That's not everything. There's more. I'm gonna assume that the portal towards the end is not the end. Like, there might be something more after that, because I am not seeing anything in the map. Let's go. I can't. I guessed wrong. What do you mean? There's nothing else there. You're not fine. At least I got this one. Hmm. Not for long, but correct. What is it? It's a toy. Whoa. Whoa. Time. Yeah, actually, I think I kind of want to go toilet for a little bit. I'm gonna minimize this and play some Doom music in the background. Cutscene?
You can now find the remaining Hell Priests by activating your celestial locator.
Oh.
The second Hell Priest is located in the northern region of Earth. I will calibrate the portal now. The hub has several areas locked off due to power constraints. Once power has been restored, you will be able to access the entire ship.
Entire ship, huh? Okay, give me a second. Let me open up.
Cat JAM Cat JAM Cat JAM Cat Jam Cat Jam Cat Gem Cat Gem Cat Gem Grinning Cat JM Grinning Cat JM Grinning Cat JM
Greeting. Greeting cat JAM. Greeting cat Gem Cat Gem. What the fuck? That's scary. Do I have the playlist here? No, it's all just OST. Oh, the Slayer Gate theme is pretty good. Is there like a Slayer Gate? Doom Eternal. Slayer Gate OST. Oh, somewhere's 1 hour? Meat Hook? Meat Hook? Sure. Oh, it is so this one. I'm gonna loop this one. I'm gonna loop this one and I'm gonna go toilet real quick. Wait, Oh, this one is not as visible. I'll put here. This is the lazy version. This is the lazy version. Okay, I'll be right back. Make sure to hydrate yourselves as well. I'll be right back. Okay. I am back. Vampire is now hiding. What? Street Fighter 6 pre-order bonus as an outfit color for Guile. It's time to learn Ken. I'll still make Jury, I think. Yeah, I think I'll still play a little bit more with Jury. Have a Pocket Guile, I guess. Yeah, I'll have a Pocket Guile. Jury as a color. Nice. Good. Good. Let's go more Doom Eternal. New profile, yeah. I just saw this like white. White. It's like, okay, I have to buy it. It's from a point store. Oh wait, why Jury when I have Marissa? Of course I have to play Marissa. Come on, I forgot. Sacrilege. How could I? Betrayal. Oh, it's very soft. It's very soft. Oh, sorry, can I make it louder? Oh, I can change the difficulty here. Look, I have music on maximum. I know what I'm doing. Oh. Damn, even the original Doom is so hype. Holy shit. Oh, damn. Okay. They know what they're doing. And I love it. Oh, nice. Insert Sentinel batteries into sockets with the Fortress of Doom. Within the Fortress of Doom to unlock items and power up parts of the fortress. The Sentinel batteries can be found in missions or earned by completing all 3 of the mission challenges. Okay. Do I do it here?
Sentinel energy levels rising. Re-establishing power to core and supplementary systems.
Whoa, what is this? This is truly a fortress. It's pretty big. Oh shit. Book. The Fortress of Doom. Wow. Okay, the Fortress of Doom is a command station used by the Sentinels for military operations. ESR dating suggests that the structure was built during the reign of King Danak. And spectral analysis of the Sentinel energy signature used to power the various systems confirms this theory. While the rock and metal structure of the vessel is undoubtedly Argenta or Argenta design, the castle subsystem like navigation, gravitational centrifuge, life support are of Maker's origin, suggesting a design calibration between the 2 species. Propulsion is notably absent. Here's the unpromised lore. As it is not required. The fortress manipulates space through an unknown process involving Sentinel energy. However, there is no indication that any of the systems were designed for Maker use. The access ways, control panels, and living quarters have all been designed for Argenta dimensions. So it can be assumed that the massive structure was made exclusively for Argenta warfare, likely as a flag station of the Night Sentinel's military forces. We have records of the Night Sentinels visiting many inhabited planets in the local quadrant. The extent of their empire is still being researched, and this fortress is likely a remnant of what was once a much larger fleet. Wow. The design of the structure suggests that it was used as a command station for the Night Sentinel galactic exploration, and that troops would touch ground at their final destination through other means. So this thing never touches ground? They're just floating through space and teleportation? Either through the use of smaller transport ships, or potentially through continuum gates. Dimensional travel has been noted in several Argenta texts, and is presumed to be one of the many technological adventures that the Maker brought with them to Agent D. Nor, though the precise method of this arcane technology is still unknown. What goes up must come down, yet my fortress doesn't touch the ground. Reminds me of like Texas in top 16. Whoa, can I use that? Wait, it's a guitar. Oh. Oh. Oh, cute. Cute. Very cute. Scooter. Except. Oh, wow. Even let you see the real thing. Okay. God, that face though. Even on the lower setting, it still looks pretty good. Slayer. Would you want to see the real thing? No, thank you. That means that does mean demon invasion is happening. I'd rather not have that. Oh. Oh, weapon. Could be a small invasion. It could lead to a big invasion in time. One of each. Whoa. Oh, what? Sorry, what do I do? Oh! That looks like a cool thing. I don't know what that is. I need 6 Slayer gates for that. 6 Slayer gates. Ice bomb? Press G to swap with the frag grenade. The explosion temporarily frees any demons hit by the blast. Combo with other weapons. Gradually recharges over time. Do they share separate? Pinky off to buy a pay safe card because bank account doesn't work at the moment. Oh, okay, Pinky. Be safe. Whoa, they don't share cooldown? That is insane. Oh my god, okay. Take the lift down to prison. Prison? Wait, how did I do that? Is this an elevator? Gonna get some rest here. Okay. Can't wait to see how things play out. The answer will open if you need any pointers on this game. Okay. Appreciate that, Kafira. Thank you. Also, thanks again for the raid. Have good rest. Have good rest. Is it just me? I cannot find where the prison is. Ooh. I found it. Ooh. Punish demons in the prison? Repertorium? What? Demon prison allows you to practice fighting demons without dying or permanently losing inventory such as ammo and extra lives. New encounters unlock as you progress through the campaign and discover new demons. Huh. This is just like in the Slayer's game. Where's the portal? Two beans? Another one? Oh, okay. What? Oh. Acquire a predator suit point. Predator suit point? There's so many things to do even in the Fortress of Doom only. Hi. Whoa. Spend your points. Your unspent weapon points and upgrades are available for purchase. Keep spending your weapon points. Alright. Thanks? Okay. Destroy 25 Arachnotron turrets. Oh! To bypass the mystery challenge, okay. To get the mastery challenge. Micro missiles, 6. Quick recharger, reload time decreased by 35%. Kills with the heavy cannon will boost micro missile damage by 30% for 5 seconds. Load time decreased by 75. Where? So if I get this, and I get this. Oh. Whoa. That's like immediate. Oh, there it is. This is the suit tab of dossier. You can upgrade abilities and unlock new abilities. Select an available category. Reveals the automated station location on the model map. All progression items on the dossier. Larger automat review status. Or radius. Reviews the position of all progression items on the automap. The red suit takes less damage from toxic sludge and toxic water. Immune damage from barrel explosions? Oh, I feel like I need that. Barrels will leave behind some ammo when destroyed. Oh, this one is good. Faster frag cooldown. Same upgrade with Canary. Press and hold to purchase it. Can I not purchase this? I kind of want this one. Faster frag cooldown. This one sounds really good. Oh, I can skip. Okay. Okay, good. I need 3 Predator suit points. Configure the mission teleporter. Okay. Wait, not here. What? Why is this? This place is a maze to me. What the? How big is this place? It's above? Okay, okay, go up, go up. Okay, oh my god. Infiltrate the cultist base. W for using the Doom Gates music. I never played Doom 1, but the music is pretty hype. Hi Zulu-san, Nemesis. Hope I didn't push your name. This is like technically my second Doom game, I guess. The first one is My House.1. Like, just because I heard of My House.1, which leads me to play Doom. You played every Doom game? Yo. Oh, book. Cultist base? No, so many words. I just want to shoot demon. Worst one being the mobile game? And there's a mobile version of Doom? I'm sure tryers they can complete at any point throughout the mission. One mission challenge was a Predator suit point. All mission challenges are Sentinel battery. Oh. This one. Uh-huh. Ignite 4 demons with a single blast of flame. Destroying. Okay, doesn't sound too hard. What is on the scout in the first area? Maybe. It's okay, don't spoil it. I'm first time playing it. It's okay, I'll find it on my own, it's fine. You can just watch me suffer. Don't spoil. That's something. Yes, that's good, but I don't. I want to experience. I want to experience this blind. Uh-oh. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, try not to try not to spoil the game, you know, since first timer. I do kind of want to go in this game blind. So tempting. I know, I know. At this point, I feel like Doom Eternal is like most people know about this game. Well, there's some people that doesn't know. Stephen. Oh, ow. I think there's one over there that I just saw. Yeah. Hmm. Oh. Got him.
Hello. And welcome.
Feels good. Thanks for the follow.
The Hell Priest is somewhere in this facility. I cannot pinpoint his exact location at this time.
And Zolo soon. It's okay. Don't say. I'm just gonna progress and pretend I didn't hear that. I have fast travel. I have fast travel. I can check out everything towards the end. Oh. Cultist key. Okay. Are these bombs? Oh, okay, they are bombs. Oh, sorry, I didn't. How have you only got 150 health? Oh, I think it's the... No? Which one is it again? Ah, this one. I have 2 on ammo. I want bullet.
Welcome, Slayer. Is my time at an end?
Uh-oh.
Let's see if you're strong enough to survive this cursed citadel.
Yeah, my Kobo brain requires... Oh! Damn, this guy's strong.
The Slayer has arrived. All mortally challenged personnel, please be advised.
Oh, was it supposed to run out? Oops. No mortally challenged personnel, please be advised. Get too much toys, break. Okay. Oh boy. Mencubus. Long range heavy demon that uses a flamethrower when close. Arm cannons are weak points. Destroying them weakens its projectiles and disables its flamethrowers. Oh, okay. Thanks for telling me. Uh-oh. Oh my god, how am I supposed to... Oh boy. Oh, that works. Okay. Okay, there goes one. There goes one health. It's fine. I need to chainsaw more. Uh-oh. Oh, hey. Oh, I have to go from below? Oh shit, okay. Ooh. Yeah, they kinda eat through bullets too much. What? Oh wow, look at that. It's kind of locked though. Oh. That works, right? Punch. Oh yeah, that feels good. Oh. It's so high up. It's up there. I mean, it must be this thing, but it's locked though. What is that? that's a really scary looking fish. Maybe I can come back afterwards. Yeah, I'll come back afterwards. It's fine. Fast travel is pretty strong. Oh. Destroy energy shields will trigger a damaging explosion. Energy shields? Oh no. Do you guys have shields? Yes, you do. Oh. Oh no, is this puzzle? Is this puzzle or do I just shoot these things? No? Oh no. Not puzzles. Okay, green eye is here. Why? Oh, look at that. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, okay. Is that a gun? Rocket launcher? Yo. Yo. Okay, rocket launcher. Holy shit, though. That golly kill took too long. Oh, I should chainsaw. Oh god. My favorite gun has no ammo. Ooh. I can double jump. It doesn't feel like it's high enough. Maybe that one? Nah. Monkey bars? Meet this thing? Oh, it's timed. Hmm. Oh, it's way up there though. I'm getting dizzy. Getting dizzy trying to get the thing. Oh my god. Okay. How? How? No? I thought I was big brain for a little bit. I feel like it's possible. Okay, maybe not, maybe not. Oh. Then I want this one. Survive one death blow. Okay, I need to equip the runes, right? Oh, it's already equipped. Nice. Thanks, game. Oh. What is that? We got Snake Man, Weakness Ice Bomb. Freeze your Ice Bomb to temporarily stop it from slithering. Okay. Two beans. Where's it? Where's it? Come here. Damn, this thing fast. Got him. Getting a lot of new enemies now. The game's getting harder. Remote detonate. Great for dealing damage behind shields or charging Pinky's back. Charging Pinky? A well-timed detonation can catch a demon who almost got away. Lock-on burst? Whoa! Deals makes damage but cuts through available rockets. I kind of like this, but at the same time I feel like I should get the sniper. It's so easy to get all the weak points. And the game says that I can just... When I aim, it snaps to the weak point. I feel like it's pretty good. I'm taking this. Cool beans. Mancuba's weak point? Why are you telling me now? Oh. Is it a mini Roomba? It's kinda cute. Oh, it's glowing. Something punchable, maybe? I kind of want that Predator suit point though. Maybe I should not be tunnel visioning. Yeah, I'm tunnel visioning now. Maybe I can get back here. You know, like if I progress through a little bit, there's like a hole that leads back here. Probably. Most likely through that door? I don't know. I'll just keep going for now.
The beast draws near to me, my brothers and sisters, but he is weak. Your hate must match his will. Only then will you be truly saved.
Oh yeah? Oh shit. Damn, this thing fast. Got him. Oh god, there's so many things going on. Oh shit, no ammo. Oh boy. I still got this, still got this. Ouch. Favorite demon? I'm going back and forth between the Spooder, the Spooder or the Snake. One of them is my favorite, but I cannot say for sure. Maybe both? Can I have both favorite demons? Watch Golly kills without the faster Golly kill rune makes it look like it's in slow-mo. Yeah, well I do have the one that saves me from dying. And also air movement. I am considering getting the next one. Faster glory kills. I feel that's gonna help. Okay, I think I took everything. Oh. Didn't I come from here? God, I don't remember. Look, my sense of direction is absolutely terrible, alright? Which is what led me to not play Dead by Daylight anymore. I mean, I used to love the game. Not anymore. Oh. Sentinel battery. Oh, it's not recharged yet. Hmm? Oh, there's a grip. Okay. Mmm. Oh, I cannot move.
Your salvation lies in his destruction. The myth of the Slayer's strength is exposed now to us. Can you see it, brothers? He has lost the resolve to continue. Eat his soul. I must survive this. Protect me in my time of need, and you will secure your place in the new world.
Damn, okay. Well, what? I have to kill all of these then? Hi. Look at you guys. Worshipping nothing. Yeah, deserved. Deserved. Yeah, this is bigger. There we go, salvation. What? Oh, I have to kill all of them to get that? What does this even do? I have like 3 of these. Oh my god, the face, I hate it. Okay. Oh, was I supposed to be here? Oh, whoops.
Your super shotgun is nearby. A relic from your past. The priests have kept it hidden from you in this remote location.
Super shotgun? Ooh, I heard super shotgun in Doom 2 is really good. I mean, at least for me going through Doom, going to my house, not what, helps a lot. Oh, hey. What the fuck? Oh. Spikes man? Oh, I have to jump down? Okay. I mean, oh my god, I hate it. Oh. Cue ball are ambient demons that wander around the world. Shooting them sends them flying. And when they collide with other demons, they generate bigger explosion and do extra damage. Oh, so
Attention, all mortally challenged
it's kind of a demon that helps me then.
The Slayer is inside the facility. Please proceed with aggression.
Oh, I shouldn't have wasted that one. Slytherin. Oh. Punch. Punch. Oh shit. Chainsaw. Oh my goodness. This is bad. What the hell is even going on? Got him. Okay. Oh. I want it though. Now the game is showing me multiple secrets. Oh my god. Secrets that I cannot go to? Oh. Hi. I think I can go the other way. Let me try using this. Oh, look at that. GIF. Eh. I should probably get like a bulk armor boost. Demon stroke armor at a faster rate. I think this is pretty good. Yeah, I'm taking this one. Having some health helps as well. Need some health. I got a Predator suit point. Wait, I have 5 Predator suit point? How? Fire twice before requiring a recharge? Wow, can I just unlock this? I can. Holy shit. Each demon killed by the grenade explosion spawns scatter bombs. The grenade emits a second, larger, non-damaging explosion that falters demon. That sounds really good. Oh, it's pretty much just like, ah yeah. Okay. Twice though. W, yeah. Fundamentals. Faster weapon switch and mod swap. Dash refills more quickly. Dash refilled by glory kills? Oh wow. I don't know, I kinda want this one. Yeah. Yo, two bombs? Wait, you lied to me? Wait. Fire twice before requiring a recharge? Isn't that mean? Doesn't that mean that I can shoot 2 grenades before? Huh? I've been lied to. Alright, what is this? Secret encounter? Oh, hey, look. Oh. I thought I died. Oh. Oh, this feels jank. It just locks it? What? Oh, wait, no, huh? Oh, okay. You got all the toys? Cool beans, hell yeah. With the brick? What am I supposed to... Huh? Excuse-moi, what am I supposed to do? Can I not climb that? Or am I too slow? Whoa. Oh, I cannot go down? Going down is bad? Okay, okay. What does this do? It just opens up. Huh. Maybe I'm just not fast enough. Or maybe I think about it too much. Okay, let me try the other route. No? That one didn't go down. Ooh. I'm bad with puzzles. This one goes up for a reason, don't it? But this one's locked. Why? Okay, what was that then? Oh. Why would the game push me back then? Oh, hey. Oh. Yeah, I'm not ready. You know what? I never am. It's fine. Yeah. Oh, that was brutal. Oh. Yeah, having a sniper to shoot the weak point of a Revenant does feel a lot easier. Hmm. Oh. Cool. Ow, 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 ow. I cannot move. Oh shit. What? What's going on? What the fuck?
Neural connection successful. You are now in control of the Revenant drone. You may use it to reclaim your property.
I get to play as a Revenant? Oh shit. Jump jetpack afterburner? Twin rockets? Rocket barrage? What the hell? Playing as a Revenant. Okay. Holding to use a jetpack to fly high up. Left shift to activate afterburner, quickly dodge. Run on field. These abilities will be available until it recharges. Twin rockets. After launch a rocket barrage. Strong attack requires a brief wind up before firing. Twin rockets. Hey yo. Hey yo. Hey yo. Jetpack. I'm Revenant. Am I Revenant or am I Tianhuo? Damn, the rocket is strong. The Revenant is OP, hello? Oh shit, overheated. Good gods, Revenant is actually OP. I just fly and shoot. I don't even need whatever rocket barrage does. Is there a secret here that I can get? Damn, this is so cool though. I get to play as a Revenant. Oh yeah, I got the gun, right? Okay, okay. I mean, if not, it'll be awkward. Oh. Oh. Super shotgun. Nice. Thank you. Oh wow. Okay, Super Shotgun 5. I assume this one behaves the same way, like two bullets, one shot. Yeah. Okay, let's get back. Got the big boy. What the fuck? Oh sure. Super Shotgun plus meat hook. Whoa. It's a devastating close-range weapon that features a meat hook mod. When in range of a demon, press to pull yourself to the demon. So... God damn! Oh, Super Shotgun. Let's go, Super Shotgun. Hey, Jesus. Yeah. Oh my god. Super Shotgun is not messing around. I know how Doomslay is in this. I know, right? What a collaboration. No ammo? Well, say no more. I cannot change all those. Alright, where's the snake? Look, a naga, Bree. A naga. There's a naga. Oh! That feels good. Damn, this thing doesn't die. Heat wave. You remember that if you aim at a different part of them when doing glory kills, you can get different animations? And yeah, those guys are cool and so assholes. Yeah. Also, yeah, I just got a different animation just now. And then reading that afterwards, it's like, yeah, that makes sense. Didn't know. Look at the amount of shotgun. It's just begging me to use Super Shotgun. Whee! Whoa, the energy shield just blocks everything? Last one. Oh my god, that feels so damn good. Okay, super shotgun it is. Oh, hey, look at that. Cheat code. IDDQD. Oh, is that COD mode? I learned that in my house.wad. And then the game would say something like the reflection winked at me. Or maybe that's just like a my house exclusive thing. I don't know. It's cool.
Attention, all cultist base personnel. Please destroy the Slayer. The priest must survive. I repeat, the priest must survive.
Oh yeah? Survive this, asshole. Punch. It does tear through ammo really quickly. Uh-oh. Good thing I checked. Is it this one? Why is my character gone? Ah. Got tested with a few family chores on the way, but I'm back. Hey, nice. Welcome, little Rick. Hopefully everything went well. Feels like there's something back there. Or did I came from here? I came from here. I am stupid. I forgot about rocket launcher. And this game is like the first stage is very short, and then you have like the second and the third stage which takes like a few hours. I mean, at least the second stage took me like 2 hours, I think, to beat. About, more or less. One thing could be that I'm kind of a slow player, but then again, it's a lot longer. There has to be something here. Where am I? Oh, am I here? Why is everything just gone? Oh boy. One more. Nice. Takes all kinds of length. Shoot, every level was same length, very boring. Yeah, true. It's like too unanimous. Oh. It's up there. Oh, there it is. I can shoot two now. Oh, it's only frag grenade. Okay. I have 2 points. Someone got comfortable with platforming? Yeah. I mean, not gonna lie. Everything about platforming... how do I say this? Ahead in Time makes me feel like platforming is pretty easy. Ahead in Time trained me to be like this. Did you just respawn? Whoa! Is this a bug, a glitch or something? Thanks? Whoa, free. Oh, now we just need to introduce you to 2D as well. 2D. I'm sure 2D has a lot of platforming games. I heard of Celeste being one. Celeste, Super Meat Boy. I Wanna Be the Guy. Although I Wanna Be the Guy is a little bit hit or miss, because I Wanna Be the Guy is more like a trolling kind of platformer. But you never know. Boyams? Boyams. Shoot them first. Celeste good. Super Meat Boy also good. Maybe not good for first. Last one, right? Oh, hey. Oh, what? Where am I supposed to go? Oh, that's weird. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this thing one-shot kills. Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze also option now they have Switch. Oh, true. I don't have to save money these days because I've bought too many games lately. So yeah, tentacles, tentacles, tentacles. I was ready this time. Oh, hey. Tentacles? I was ready. Whoop. Hi Merp. Rolling in. How's the rolling Kobo doing? He got them boobs? Yeah. No one can run away from the boop. Hehe. Rolling around lots? Nice. God, I do adore your energy. Oh! Sorry? No? No? Punch? No? Oh! I want it. Even though I hate how this thing is looking at me. I got crushed here. Oh. Oh! Doom 2 into Sandy City. Nice, nice. Anything else here? That's 2 secrets in one. Slayer Gate. Slayer Gate. Oh, wait, can I punch this? No? Sandy City? You guys know about Sandy City? I don't. Is there something up here other than this? Sandy places are always good for banger soundtrack? Yeah. I mean, listen to Gerudo Desert for a change. Well, for example, sorry. Okay, now what do I do with this? or Sonic games. Oh yeah, you can never go wrong with Sonic soundtrack. Even Sonic 4. Sonic 4 looks weird to me. Sonic 4 feels like after Sonic Unleashed, they're trying to go back to like their classic roots, but did it wrong. I don't know how to explain it, but Sonic 4 looks off. It sounds kind of like a Dark Army, but still good. Oh yeah, true. Oh my god, you are absolutely right. It does sound like a Dark Army. Oh. What'd I do? Sonic 4 didn't even get acknowledged in Sonic Mania. Which is fair, to be honest. Sonic 4 is... something. Sonic 4 is something. What? I'm not sure. I'm not saying that it's absolute. I'm not saying that it's absolutely terrible. It's not bad. By all means. It's lacking. Oh. Even Sonic 4, yeah, I think you captured it very right. It didn't stand out. Like Sonic 4 feels like it's too generic. They are too like they're playing it too safe. Rocket 2. Oh, that's nice. Oh. Who wants chainsaw? You do. Oh, yeah, I got the flame belt. Use it. Bonk. Oh, I'm back here. Isn't there like a thing? Ah, but there's still a gate now. Is it just me or is that a hole? Yeah. Never heard. What? What? I hate it here. Am I gonna die? Oh god. Don't kill me. Ah. Okay, I didn't get killed. Crosscode has a nice soundtrack in general. Oh, I saw you were playing Crosscode. Interesting top-down game. Or is it like a roguelike adventure game? Because if it's roguelike, I do kinda love myself some roguelike games. Okay, that's one secret. Slayer Gates is here. Probably access from here. Jump down. Or maybe just like go straight here. No roguelike, so it's just like an adventure game then. Punch. Huh? Oh, whoa. Wait. I got the hugest of brain. Look at this. Go. Punch it. Hey, look at that.
We will break your will yet.
Nah, I'm having fun. I'm liking this. Please send more. I want to slay a gate though. Let me see if I can find it then. Did it go from the puzzle? Oh, sorry? Hi. Oh, hi, princess. Hello, how you doing? Oh, do I have the cultist key? Wait, are you did you just... Yeah, Barnaby did this one. Oh. Wanted to show redeems again? Whoa, mama! Punch! That is right. Oh! Who needs that? Oh shit! Hit down. Woohoo! God, the meat hook. It is absolute satisfaction. Now I got the famine mode trophy. Famine mode? Is it like hunger or something? Isn't famine like some sort of a 饥荒? Or it's not. Oh, maybe it is 饥荒, but I don't know what 饥荒 is in English. Oh, Slayer Gate. I wanna play. Give me the key. Ow. Punch a Slayer Gate. It's where the demon don't drop. Oh, it's where the demon don't drop armor and health. Oh, that does sound kind of rough, doesn't it? I don't think I can punch this one. It's too big. They say the Slayer key is nearby the gate. Achievement! Shotgun don't go pew pew. The shotgun goes big single pew. Actually use an AA12, then it's pew pew pew. I don't know what AA12 is. Since you opened the blue thing? Blue thing? I would... You mean this one? No? What blue thing? So do I just get hard stuck then? Breaking. If butt don't work and more butt don't work, use shotgun. God, that is perfect. Do son, let me suffer. I'm okay with suffering, it's fine. This thing? Oh, that is actually not obvious. But still. Slay a gate key, though.